Okay, so before I start, is there any concerns or questions? I can see Jay, Asis, Ashim, Vinayak. Thanks, Vinayak, for joining. It's been a long time.
Yeah,
Mehedi.
we can continue.
Okay, great. So yes, so myself, Pradeep Kandel. So I'm a Azure consultant at Dogma Group Limited. Beyond that, I also look after the product and the partnerships management within the company. As a Microsoft MVP, I represent the Azure category in terms of the community engagements, and I'm also a certified Azure certified professionals and a Microsoft certified trainer. So you can reach me in Twitter, LinkedIn, uh, primarily. But if we know each other, I would also be happy to have you in my uh, Facebook as well. So something more about me. In the past, I have worked for different companies in Nepal, and companies coming in from the UK and the US and all. So like I said, as an Azure MVP, I'm with the community for over 10 years now. However, as an MVP, it's been the 6th year. So as you know, I lead this community, and you can connect with me in Twitter or LinkedIn for any further queries or for other stuffs. All right. So moving forward, so I think Microsoft Ignite is something that we all know about. So Ignite is Microsoft's flagship event. Um, So what are the top highlights about Ignite is this is like I said, this is a flagship event with 100K, like 1 lakh plus uh, live attendees. And this year around, Microsoft ran 2 seasons of Microsoft Ignite. One it organized in the month of March, April, while the second just this month, in the beginning of this month. So it's all about Microsoft 365, Azure Dynamics 365, and the security and compliance around all these products and the cloud ecosystem, the Power Platform, AI, and much more. So beyond that, it also focuses on how to leverage partnerships uh, with its partner ecosystem. So if you have not visited this, or if you do not have a profile in Ignite site, I would strongly suggest you to go into that uh, and start viewing on demand sessions, because it's all recorded, and Microsoft has put up all of them there. So the reason why I wanted to have this Ignite specific session today is because I wanted to bring your attention towards this Ignite event, where there's a huge uh, source of knowledge, and I just wanted to bring to you a couple of things around Azure updates. Uh, so there's something called Azure Communication Services. Azure Communication Services is I'm not sure if you have heard of this before, but primarily this is about bringing the communication services together in one platform with Azure as a service. And primarily, this is something that already exists and has two important improvements in terms of the customer experience. The first is that it's coming up with the short codes for its SMS offering, and this is about to be released. And basically, with that, customers would be able to embed Azure Communication Services in their applications to enable fast, bulk messaging to its customers via the application itself. So the next important update within the ACS is the interoperability. So basically, there was no, the kind of a silos between Microsoft Teams and the third-party custom-built applications. However, with the new update, now the interoperability between the teams is going to be available, enabling the developers to streamline the voice, video, and interactions. So between the users of the teams and the custom built app. quite straightforward. There's a Python 3.9 support is now support is now available as a part of Azure Functions. For those who are not aware of what Azure Function is, basically it provides the serverless compute platform within Azure. So if you have an application that you want to run, and you only want to focus on the code and you only want to pay for its uses, right? Then the best way to go forward with hosting of your applications is to go with Azure Functions. So it now has Python 3.9 support, which is incredible as per what I understand from the tech community. So Azure Arc is another area that I found interesting. See, there's a lot of updates that came in Microsoft Ignite. Microsoft actually takes up this opportunity to kind of update the people around the world to using Microsoft platform products and services to update them about its product enhancements and features. And one of the other update was around Microsoft Azure Arc. So Azure Arc, for those who are not really aware of what it is, so basically it brings together the on-premise cloud, public cloud, and other non, I would say, uh, second class would not be a right word, but yes, I mean bring together all the uh, um, providers into one platform with Azure Arc for better governance, monitoring, security, and it brings the integration with VMware vSphere. So basically, anyone using by the way, vSphere in your environments? Okay, so there's no. You can actually unmute and speak up if you would like to. Okay, so basically, with VMware vSphere integrations, uh, the customers would be able to, bring up, would be able to easily deploy, manage, uh, look into the security and compliance side of the Azure VMs through vSphere. So yeah, and of course, including the inventory to organize and control distributed virtualization environments. So there was a new other update that was announced in Microsoft Ignite that was around Azure Auto Manage. So Auto Manage is basically a tool that allows IT admins, DevOps professionals to simplify and optimize IT management with automated operations. Uh, and there is one other document that was released uh, along with this was around best practices on how to use uh, Azure Auto Manage. So basically, this supports Windows Server, Linux virtual machines, Azure Arc enabled servers. Uh, yeah, so there's a new update that was announced around Azure VM skill sets. So so the new update was around the flexibility on the orchestration of the virtual machines within the same skill sets. So so what with this is possible is you could change VM sizes without redeploying the skill sets, resulting in greater operational agility. We could also, I mean, we could mix up spot virtual machines and pay-as-you-go VMs within the same skill sets to optimize costs. So basically, this the uh, when we look into this at a high level, it's more about adding more flexibility into the existing Azure VM skill sets functionality. Yeah, so in terms of the Azure virtual machines, there were a few more virtual machine types sizes were announced because as you know that there are specific Azure virtual machines that are available uh, based on the specific customer requirements, like for example, memory optimized, compute optimized, network optimized, and so on. So this time around, the general availability of DV5 and EV5 VM machines were announced, which delivered up to 15% increased performance for most workloads and scale up to 96 vCPUs, for example, just for an example. So basically, this is about like new VMs were also announced, right? And with better price performance, of course. So there were a few more updates, but it might not be too relevant for us, I think. But I just added it here to let you know that there were more there were more sizes such as uh, DAS V5, ES V5 Azure VMs, and they are based on third generation AMD processors. They are ideal for memory intensive enterprise applications and large servers. So they are now generally available. So again, there are these previews of the previews of EB5 V5 Azure VMs were also announced. This is more of memory optimized VMs and delivers up to 300% increase in remote storage performance compared to EV4 VMs. So all in all, better pricing, of course, with better performance. VMs were also announced uh, in this month's Ignite update. SFTP support for Azure storage. Okay, sorry, there's nothing that I have added, but it's more of SSH file transfer protocol support was announced in to be available in Azure storage. This sounds pretty interesting because with this we should be able to host FTP server with Azure storage itself. So looking forward to using it. So. So beyond this, there were a lot of these updates, right? So in terms of the other areas was the selector, and that was mainly to support the right sizing of the VMs. So customers can quickly select the virtual machines based on their specific workload and budget using the new virtual machine selectors. This, imagine a scenario where you have like hundreds of virtual machine requirements and you do not want to, do it manually. And if there's a tool called selector, VM selector, that really helps, right? So this is now uh, in preview. So hopefully this would help in terms of right sizing of the VMs automatically. So it also says VM selector is now available in 26 different languages. For us, I believe the English language should be fine. The other update was around Azure migration with Ammp. Ammp is basically Azure migration and modernization program. So with this, it provides thousands of customers with expert help and best practices across their apps, infrastructure, and data around modernizing existing investments or migrating to the cloud. So basically, I think we have all seen this new digital transformation wave where the companies are trying to move their applications away from their on-premise servers as soon as possible. So this hopefully Ammp program would help make it comprehensive in terms of moving their existing data and applications and infrastructures to Azure. enabling hybrid flexibility and enhanced security posture. So some of the updates that were made available in terms of AMMP was around security, the app modernization area, and also along the SAP environments. Mess for Microsoft Teams. I think this is another really cool thing that's coming up in the Microsoft Teams space. So with Mess, so we would be able to have a virtual presence of the next leap for 2D and 3D experience that's coming up with Microsoft Teams. So this is something that I have not really used it myself. Probably this is just announced or is in preview, but this is something that as for if you have come if you went through Satya Nadella's keynote from the Ignite, it looked pretty exciting to see how the Microsoft Teams is evolving to make a real-time experience when you are interacting with the remote users. So basically what it says is you can have personalized avatars. Users can maintain their presence in meeting without even turning on cameras. So looks very interesting, promising. Organizations now can use immersive space that resembles physical space, such as conference rooms, and to enhance camaraderie, spark creativity, foster water cooler connections. So yeah, so hopefully I mean, we have already seen these this grid views, together mode, and presenter mode, and so on, right? So something kind of a beginning of 2D immersive experience. However, with Mess, I think it's going to be a big, revolutionary updates within Microsoft Teams. Okay, so I think I'm going off my time schedule, so it's 11:34. Like I just wanted to pull your attention towards other updates in Azure around Azure Gateway Load Balancer, which is currently in preview. So it is basically a fully managed service that allows customers to ensure traffic to an application endpoint. So first send to an appliance to filter traffic, packet inspect, or other use case via network virtual appliance. So basically, there will be a support for the third-party network appliance with Azure Gateway Load Balancer, which is in preview at the moment. So there is another interesting, very interesting, tool coming up called Azure Kiosk Studio that helps with simulating real-world outages. So imagine that we don't really have to imagine, but in the real-world scenario, there comes a lot of outages in terms of network and application unavailability and so on. So with Kiosk Studio, customers get a chance to disrupt their application intentionally to identify gaps and plan mitigations before these issues occur actually affects users. So hopefully, because the service is in preview right now, so hopefully we'll get to play around it very soon. And looking forward to using the tool as well. All right. Before I close my session, I would like to bring your attention towards Microsoft Ignite Cloud Skills Challenge. If this is something that you have not come across before, I would strongly suggest you to, look into visit this, not this, sorry. Visit this. You can in fact sign up for Microsoft Ignite, and one of the tab within that is Microsoft Ignite Cloud Skills Challenge. So when you register for it and go through one of the 12 challenges from there, you would be able to secure a Microsoft exam voucher for free of cost. So I think this is a wonderful opportunity. Please grab it, and if you face any issues, please let me know. All right, so next, thank you for joining once again, and hopefully you have a great experience in the meetup. So with this, I would like to call upon, by the way, who is next in the meetup? Is it Mehedi?
Yes.
Hi, Mehedi. Thank you for joining us in the. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, great. I'm sorry. I didn't open my camera today. Uh, so, yeah. So, Mehedi, very warm welcome to the community today. And I would really request you to introduce yourself first and then go about the presentation, because presentation is a very important part of the session. However, we really want to touch lives. We want to understand you and yeah, so that's also very important. Thank you so much. And the stage is yours, Mehedi. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bangladesh. I'm working as about myself. Actually, I'm a tech professional working in this tech industry since 2005. I started my career with the EBS Group, a Dhaka-based company actually, and eventually I am now the CTO of EBS Group. Actually, I work with a database, SQL Server database, and in my leisure time, I used to take the machine learning and Azure services, other Azure services actually. So, and I have a long relationship with the Nepal actually. I visited a couple of times in Nepal, and this year we extended our business in Nepal market also. I some services are already launched with Encel Nepal, and some other pros and other 2-3 projects are ongoing with Encel actually. So hopefully I will come visit Nepal very shortly. And last time when I visited Nepal, I met with Pradeep ji. So let's start jump to our this session actually. So let me share my screen. Just a minute. I am sharing my screen. Is my screen visible? Hello.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So slides are moved. So I think.
Could you reshare it, because we are seeing the blank?
Pressing the blank. Okay.
I think it is visible.
Yeah. Yeah, man, it's visible.
So it's
Yeah.
visible, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
it is.
Okay. So welcome once again. This is Mehedi, and today I'm going to talk about Azure Cognitive Services. So I already introduced myself, so I'm not going to tell again about myself. So you can visit my blogs actually. I write technical stuff in my. Okay, Azure Cognitive Services. Since we all are technical people here, and this is an Azure event, so I hope all are aware of Azure. But what is Azure Cognitive Services? So Microsoft actually clubs all its cognitive services. I mean, computer vision, image processing, natural language processing, and machine learning, and clubs this in Azure Cognitive Services. So what's the benefit? The main benefit is now developers can develop such applications which can hear, which can see, which can understand understand people's language, and take better decision actually. So, and all these are all that can be done without having the expert in machine learning services. So the beauty is you just as a developer you just call the API and get your things done. So that's the beauty actually. Okay, so Azure Cognitive Services, as you see, there are a couple of verticals actually. So some are vision, and there are some verticals, then language, then decision making. So in vision, you will see that there is computer vision, then face detection API, and custom visions. And in speech, there is speech to text, text to speech, then translator, and speaker preview. And under the language, there is language understanding, text analytics, sentiment analytics, and question answer method. And under the decision, there is anomaly detection, computer content moderator, and personalizer. So why cognitive services? As I already mentioned that the cognitive service is very easy in terms that you just call the RESTful API and get things done. So you don't need any other machine learning expert. So, and it's very flexible. Flexibility in terms that you can use the Azure Cognitive Services with Windows, with Linux, with Android, with iOS, and you can use varieties of languages like you can use Node.js, Python, PHP, or C#.NET, anything. And most importantly, it is reliable. Reliable in this terms that it comes from Microsoft. There are a lot, and Microsoft are continuously putting efforts in research and development. So there are lots of resources in Git, Stack Overflow, MSDN, and everywhere. So let me give some real life example actually. So since I visited Nepal a couple of times, so and we all know that Nepal is famous for its tourism sector actually. So lots of tourists comes every year. So since lots of so there are some there are some good use cases for Nepal cognitive in Nepal market actually. Since millions of tourists comes every year, so to ensure their safety and security and to identify computer vision can be used. And since the thousands of tourist spots all over the Nepal, so for as a tourist guide, can we make using this speech API? So you can just text to speech. You can guide the tourist, and then language process language under this language you can translate actually any text to in other languages. So which is very helpful since thousands all the tourists comes all across the globe. So they use their own mother tongue. So it will be very convenient actually. And finally, decision is all about taking the making our world safer. I mean, in decision section, Microsoft put the anomaly detector and then content moderation like a fake news detector or personalized stuff to make everything is personalized. So vision. The first vertical was vision, and in vision, actually, Vision API gives developer the ability to see actually. So apps can see from faces to feelings. Apps allow to understand the forms, images, and videos. So we can develop such app which actually see. I mean, using the C. Let me go to next slide. I'll explain. So there is computer vision. So computer vision is like analyzing the videos and images and make what's in the content of these images or videos. And then custom vision under the custom vision, computer vision, actually the image and processing, image or video processing is customized and fit to the as per business requirement. And face API, there is face API actually, which helps us to detect the faces or identify the people and their emotions. Also, computer vision, under the computer vision, there is image analysis. Image analysis means we can analyze the content from an image and videos, like what's the object or what's the people, what's the around these people, where is it within the home environment or outside. Okay. Then we can analyze the any form actually. So we can analyze any form, like we can analyze the we can process the NID, I mean image of NID or passport, and can detect the read the news contents, I mean name or birthday or address from this NID. So in this way, OCR can help actually. So custom vision is all about this computer vision, which is customized and fit to be business requirement. Let me give an example actually. So let's assume that we have a small grocery shop, and there are shelves in the in this shop. So taking a snap, we can understand who his product is decreasing, which product is not selling that much. So this sort of information can be retrieved actually. Face API. So Face API, I think this is the most important API in the computer vision subset. So using the Face API, we can detect the human faces like age, emotion, gender, pose, smile, facial hair, etc. So it's important in this sense that what I'm talking earlier, that since Nepal is a tourist-friendly country, so lots of applications can be developed based on the Face API to identify the tourist to give them a security. Actually, I know that security is not a concern in Nepal, but it's still since the tourists are coming, so you people can easily track where they are going and identify who is coming and who is going abroad, etc. So, and we also detect the perceived emotion like anger, contempt, disgust, fear, happiness, or sadness from this picture actually. So then comes the speech verticals actually. So under the speech verticals, Microsoft puts all the speech related API. So speech API is useful. So people can developer can enlist their app so that their app can take the speech input and also can output the speech. So let's explore. There are some speech to text API, then text to speech, speech translation, and speaker recognition. So, sorry. So, speech to text is like I am saying I am taking this session, so I am saying in English. So, using this speech to text, we can easily transcribe my voice and make it to text. And this is very safe, and we can integrate this speech to text API with different meeting conference solutions like Teams, Skype, and others. And then text-to-speech is fluid, natural sounding speech synthesis. So what it does is it takes the text as input and makes some voice output. So this is also could be a potential in the Nepal market, because based on text-to-speech or speech-to-text API, it will be helpful for the tourists to interact with the app, and it will be also grateful helpful for the tourist guide. Then speech translation. Speech translation is like I'm speaking English, so it can be translated to Nepali language very easily. So it's real time, so tourists can speak in their mother tongue, and it will be easily converted, translated to in Nepali language or in English language.
Just feedback, Mehedi. Are you also
Yes.
Are you also changing your slides? Because we see slide 6 at
Yes,
the moment.
I'm. Oh, sorry. I'm slide 21. Are you not seeing?
I do not think so. Can someone else confirm, please?
Yeah, it's slide 21 of 33.
Okay, if it is, yeah, fine then.
Okay. Thanks for confirmation. Okay. Then speaker recognition, like a meeting solution. So who is speaking? It's to identify this is very important. So there is speaker recognition API, so we can use it actually. So how do we adapt a speech model? So we can just upload the text, speech that adapt, evaluate, and deploy. Actually, this is the standard machine learning process. So you just take the sample input, then process, make the model, evaluate, and deploy. Then comes the language actually. In language verticals, Microsoft put the language specific or text analytics analysis API together. So here the developer can take the text input and process it. So let's go through this. So first of all, it's all about natural language processing. I mean, if I give so user can interact with their natural languages. So this will be helpful for develop some controlling some IoT or some developing some chatbot. So so if we remember this, that this API can be helpful to develop an application for the tourists, so that they can interact with the hotel doors or window to open or shut, like this. And then text analytics. So under the text analytics, there's sentiment analysis, key phrase extraction, topic detection, and language detection. So you know that in sentiment analysis is that it takes actually the text from it analyzes the text and tell us is the positive or negative sentiment. So this is actually helpful. This is actually very important, because this what is we are living in social media. So thousands are comments or comments or different posts are available in social media. So we need to analyze that post and understand what people are saying about it. Is it positive thing or is it negative things? So this is very helpful, important part for the business actually. And then key phrase extraction. We can provide an text, long text, and identify what's the key phrases, and then eventually we can understand the topic of this text actually. So topic detection is almost same. So we can give thousands of different text and identify what's the current trending topic is. And then the language detection. Language detection is understanding. We can give any random text and identify which language of that text actually. So whether it's Nepali or it's in Bangla or it's in Hindi or it's in English like this. So translator, all about translator is this is is text translator. So from any language, it supports from one language, translating from one language to another language. So let's say from English to Nepali, or from Nepali to English, it can be done actually. And then question and answer maker. So we can input the text, and from that text, from this API, we can extract the key question and answers and and we can develop some chatbot based on that question and answer. And now comes to the decision part actually. So decision, the decision making is very important for the business. So if the business can predict what's going to happen next, they can prepare themselves and they can take better decision and better decision. So these decision making APIs are put all in decision making verticals. So there is anomaly detector. So anomaly detector is like something to detect which is anomaly detector is helpful in the industrialization because some industry which is there are some machinery, so we can predict which from the time series of data we can predict which machine is going to break next. So then we can schedule some preventive maintenance, and thus we can minimize the downtime and sudden hiccup. Then content moderation. Content moderation is like we have let's say we have a video platform. So in video platform there let's say in YouTube. So like YouTube, thousands of videos are uploading simultaneously. So using this API, we can just review the text, images, text, and videos, and identify is there any offensive or unwanted images or text, and then we can filter out the undesirable text. So this is actually machine assisted. So we can moderate in this way. And finally, our final API is Personalizer. So Personalizer, you all understand that people always love the personal thing. So if we can suggest any customer based on his personal choice, then he will pick these things up. So this is this API. So you can suggest any personal based on users' previous shopping or browsing history. You can suggest actually. So that's all about my session actually. So now I'll move to demo. So before moving, let's share another window. So I'm just switching this window. Just a minute, please. So I'm opening the Azure portal actually. So just showing you how to create this demo app. So before jumping to the demo, I'll tell that to using this demo, you need some keys and some password. So all is that. First of all, we'll create some resources. So this is our home. From home, we'll create a resources. Resources means what sort of API we are going to use. So it is under the AI and machine learning. So you see that there is computer vision, face, languages, services. So from that, we'll create our appropriate API. So let's say I'm creating an API. So it will then it will ask for a resource group. My resource group is Mehedi, and then it comes to the region actually. So from our area, I think East Asia or let's say Southeast Asia is nearest region, and we can name, let's say, Mehedi is API, and we need to select the price tag. There's some I'm choosing the basic, that is fee 20 calls per minute. And if I review and click it, so it will be created. Let me, I already have some resources, so I will use that actually. So I'm not going to create a new one. So from the keys, actually, I'll copy this key one, key two, and I need this endpoint actually. So I'll put this information into my demo app. So now I am switching my window actually. So I'll open my code base to show you the demo. Just hold on, please. So can you see my window? Anyone can confirm, please?
Yes, we can see.
Okay. Okay. So, okay. You can see it. So, this is my code actually. So, what I'm going to show you, let me switch to another window. Here. So, can you see two images? This is my picture actually. So this is my current, and this is this is an old picture. So just I will work on this picture. This is my source picture, and this is my current picture, and I will just match these two images. So let's move to my code base. So I'm again switching the window. So hold on, please. I know it's Okay. I would like to show you the output actually. So what I am using the face detection API actually. So from this API, it's showing that if you see, let me show you something that I am analyzing my current Mehedi.now images, and it's saying that it retrieves some attributes from that image. It's saying that my age is 38. I'm a little bit older than that, and emotion is neutral. Exposure, good exposure. I use facial hair. Yes, there is some. I have braids, beards, and it identifies my gender male, and then my hair is red. So I didn't anything. I didn't add anything on eye or forehead or mouth. So that's how it identifies my images actually. So then now I am going to show you another demo, which is actually to match two images actually. This is the I identify the images, and now I verify two images. Okay, okay. Hold on, please. I'm showing. Perhaps you are watching the output of my screen. So if you remember that I showed you two images. One is my previous images, and another is my current images. So I put these two as input of my of this API and get output that my both faces from Mehedi's dot so underscore source and Mehedi dot underscore now are the same positive person. Similarity with confidence is 0.93, 93%. So 90, it's saying that from it's 93% with confidence that these two pictures are the same. So let's go my code actually. So now I move to my code base. Okay. So if you remember that I used that I use the endpoint. My subscription key was there. So this is my first face detection. Which is out of my first demo actually. So in my first demo, I input my Mehedi underscore now images, and it says that if you see that it's just for my emotion, anger, contempt is just fear. So what's the it identify appropriate emotion, and then says about all the attributes like head pose, makeup, noise, occlusion, etc. Actually, so I have prepared another demo. Let me try to show you that also. Just a minute. So my second demo is all about sentiment analysis. I already told that sentiment analysis is important since there are lots of ongoing discussion in the social media. So what people is telling, and it's important actually. So let's say I took some samples. Let's show the new window. Okay, hopefully you can see. This is my code base. Actually, I am. So this is my endpoint and my credential. So this is my input text actually. So I took it from the Himalaya Times. From this Himalaya Times, last night I was just visited and found that there's a headline: peacekeeping mission list for Syria. It's a headline actually. So let's analyze what's it saying about this headlines. So I think you didn't see my output window. Let me share again. Hopefully you can see my output window. The given text is peacekeeping mission list for Syria. I took this from the Himalayan Times, and it says that the sentiment is neutral. That means it's not any positive or negative thing. Its positive is 0.04. Actually, it's scores it from 0 to 1 actually. So negative score is 0.01 and neutral score is 0.9995. So it says that 95% with confidence that this is a neutral news. So this is my demo actually. So it's all about I closed my session. So if you have any question, then I am ready to take. So is there any question?
I have one question.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
As you have shown in first demo, regarding the similarity confidence, how much the lower percent we can assume the two pictures are of the same person, as you have got your 93% similarity confidence?
Okay. Actually, it depends up to you. But if you want my suggestion, that I will say that above 75% is good. Okay, above 75. If you, but based on your own, in your own application or in your own purposes, you can also use 50%. But I suggest that 75 or above is better actually.
Okay, thank you.
Anything more? Any more question? I think we don't have any question from left to me. So Pradeep, I would like to hand over to you. So thanks for attending the session, and I hope I will meet you very shortly. So when I will be in Nepal actually. So bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Mehedi. Please stay with us because we have exciting sessions ahead. With this, I would like to welcome our next speaker, Sudeep Rawal. Sudeep, you seem to be in the call. Would you be able to share your screen and start with your quick introductions? In fact, people do not know you, who you are, and
yeah, sure.
You work and all. So would be great. Thank you.
Pradeep, am I audible?
Yes, you are. You are perfectly.
Okay. Cool. So my name is Sudeep. There's some glitch with the mic. Sorry. I'm still good.
Yeah, you are good. We are not seeing your PowerPoint, but you are good.
Yeah, sure. So just give me a minute.
Sure.
So my name is Sudeep Rawal, and I'm a Power Platform lead at Dogma Group. I have been there for past 5 years, right? And today's my session is going to be about how do we use PowerApps, how do we install sample templates, right? And how do I start learning PowerApps? Okay, just let me.
Hi, so this looks like you're on mute. If you can unmute yourself, would be great.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Brother, I think there's a glitch with the mic. You know, I'm hearing myself.
In that, are you using your headphone or?
No, I'm out of the headphone.
Okay, so if you can plug in
Is
your
it good now?
headphone.
Is it
Yeah,
good now?
Yeah, it is good for us. It is
Okay,
perfectly
okay.
good for us.
That's fantastic. So my name is Sudeep Rawal, and I'm a Power Platform lead at Dogma Group, and I've been working at Dogma Group for past 5 years, and it's been an exciting journey so far. So today's my session is going to about how do we start getting started with PowerApps, what is PowerApps, what should we use PowerApps, and we will at the end of the day we will also learn how to install sample template that comes along with the Microsoft. Okay, so basically, before moving forward, I just want to ask to our attendees: are you already familiar with PowerApps? Has someone been doing PowerApps already? Just give me a hand raise.
Guys, you can unmute yourself as well.
Yeah, you can unmute yourselves and just share your experience if you have already.
And yeah.
Cool. I think it's a totally new topic over here. So
Yeah, just to add it here, right here.
yeah.
Power apps or Power Platform. Yeah, definitely this can be a very new topic to many of us, right?
Yeah.
Because the consumption of Power Platform in Nepal is not that high, as I
Yes.
understand. We don't have a really good community that's around a Power Platform.
Yeah.
Although it is a Microsoft's a really important flagship product, but it's getting attention in the last 2 or 3 years now, really
Yeah.
in the top of the game. And I think if you have not heard or even learned about the platform, please do so. This can be a really good good area for your career and place where an area where you can use to automate business process across different industries. So yeah, just wanted to add this. Oh yeah, thank you.
Thanks for that. So basically, PowerApps is. Brother, I can hear myself.
Okay.
Can you mute your? Yeah, I think I think we're good now. So basically, PowerApps is an online platform provided by Microsoft, which allows you to do mobile apps. For that, you don't have to have a great experience or great knowledge of programming, right? It's a low-code platform where you can like drag and drop the controls and create apps according to your needs, right? So if you have some kind of license in your organization, right? If you have some kind of license, then you definitely have access to PowerApps, right? So you can navigate through your office dashboard as well. From here, you can just go to make.powerapps.com to start to create a new PowerApps. Right. So let me take you through a quick interface around the story of the PowerApps. So basically, this is the dashboard or homepage of the PowerApps. When you log into make.powerapps.com, you get this type of screen, right? These are the apps that I've created earlier, right? So when I create a new app, so it tells me to choose for it is a tablet or it is a phone. I can give it a name, right? So it's now taking me to the PowerApps studio where I can just throw in controls, right? Write some formulas around the controls to recreate the apps, right? This is the studio. See the canvas over here, and you see the controls over here. So as we know, there are different types of control. There is level, there is button, there is galleries, there is table, there is forms, there is media, right? So we combine these kind of different forms to create our apps, right? So this is the studio. So if I want to add a label, I'm gonna click on the label, and there is a new label on the screen, right? I can basically change the text, right? I can do all the CSS. So like I said, it is a very low-code development platform. So you don't have to have a great experience of programming. So that's very easy, right? So simply you can throw in galleries, you can throw in forms, right? And each control has their own properties, right? So you can click on this drop down to see all the properties that are associated with this label control. If I click on gallery, and you can see on the drop down there are a list of properties that are associated with galleries, right? So now then I can connect this gallery to more than 170 to maybe 275 connectors that are already available. So see these connectors? There are more than 275 pre-built connectors. I can connect to any of them, and I can get data into the system and push data out of the system. So this is the area where you can develop the PowerApps, right? Today I'm going to show you there are some templates that are already made available by Microsoft. So if you go to the home page, by the way, you can just save this app, right, in a cloud as in a desktop as well, and save it and publish, and you can directly share with the users within your organizations. The app has been shipped, and there's a link to share the app. I can click on this, and I can source my colleagues in my organization, and then I can just share it. So if I press this, you can make corner as well, and this is so very easy and very sophisticated system, right? So today in this session we are now going to install a new app, right? It's a leave management system. Every organization needs a leave management system, right? Again, if you need to develop a leave management system, a web app, you need to do it for Android, you need to do it for iOS, right? It will take a lot of time to do it, and it will be a lot of hassles to maintain the app as well. But today with the help of low code platform, we will build our leave management system in this session, right? So once again, I'm in the home page, right? you can see the templates over here. If I click on this, these are all the templates, these are all the web app or mobile apps you can just click to install in your domain, and then you can just play around with it. So I'm gonna install this lib request app for now, right? I'm gonna click on this, right? It says me, asks me to choose for the format. Is it a tablet or a phone, right? And I'll give it a name as well. And basically I just click on create. Then on the fly, it starts creating the app on our system. So in this app, basically it is using two connectors to get the data, right? Office 365 users and Office 365 Outlook, right? So I need to allow to create a proper connection. You can see the app has been already installed. First of all, let's just play around. So basically there is an option to log in as an employee or log in as a manager. Right? So when I log in as an employee, I get this navigation on the left. These are my holidays. You can filter pending holidays, approved holidays. From here you can create a new holiday as well. On the top you see there's different types of holiday. You can do for vacation, you can do for sick leave, right? Just give me a second. And basically I do start date. So it gives my balance, leave balance as well. I can create a title. Also, you can see my line manager is by there, so it's already knew that, and it's already pulled information. That's how cool it is. So when I click on submit request, it will send an email to by there, right? So it has company holidays and about and logout as well. So I can log in as a manager to approve the holidays as well. So if I click on a particular leave, you can see the details of the leave over here, and you can approve or decline as well, right? So I think the best part of this is you can make your own version of it. You can customize the app. And you can do your own brandings, your company brandings and everything. And if I want to connect to any data source, right, I can just click on make my own app. I can search for the data source. Let's say do for OneDrive for business, and done. So this time it will create a new database in the Outlook. Again, now I can save all my lead data to my connector, to my system, and later on I can use those kind of data to visualize in Power BI as well. And I think this is a great place to start learning the formulas and code and for PowerApps. You can see all the code that has been written over here. If I click on this particular control and I go to on select property, you can see all the code that has been written. I think it's the best practice to learn. So now my application has created database for me, right? See, so it's created 3 different tables in OneDrive for business, leave, holidays, and balance. So now whenever my employees or my colleagues create a new holidays, new sick leave or anything, these are stored in these tables. So later on I can use the data for different purposes as well. So now I'm going to save this app, right? Share it. So basically I can source for my colleagues and share the app. So as you can see, within 10-15 minutes, we created a new app, installed in our system, we shared it with our users, right? And we have the database as well. So it's that easy. If you have like some knowledge of PowerApps, you could have customized the app, right? So it's that easy. And so lastly, I'm gonna share some of the benefits of using PowerApps, right? So as like I mentioned, there's a low code platform. You don't have to have the great knowledge of programming. That's a this one is cross-functional aspect. This can run in mobile app. This can run in tablets. This can run in browser as well. You can publish just from here, right? You can go to Play Stores, download PowerApps, and log in with your organizing credentials and just play the app. And it's very easy to use. So when do we use PowerApps? So you might have this question in mind. So basically, if you are in an organization and you have some kind of license already assigned to you, you can have direct access to all the apps in a tenant. So as you can see, this is a very rapid development, right? We installed an application within around 10 to 15 minutes and we share out the users. It's that easy. And it's a low code platform. So there are some limitations on the PowerApps as well, but so you can just download like APK files. You can just make it and publish to for different versions, and you can like do a direct JavaScript or any other language over here. But having said that, you can create your own controls as well using React or TypeScript. So see these controls over here. We could create like our own controls if you are heavily engaged into programming. Yeah. So I hope you have like understood like basic concepts of powers. How does it work? What are the benefits? How do we install templates? I hope you have some knowledge around this from the session. And now I would like to take questions if you have any. Pradeep bhai?
Yeah, guys, if there's any questions. In fact, it doesn't have to be a question if you have any further ideas or what is here, because some of you may have already started working on this or maybe even get into this platform. So if you would like to share your understanding around the leave management. So this is a pre-built template in app within the Power Platform, right? Sudeep?
Yes, it's a pre-built.
Yeah. So
There are several templates as well, like I saw.
Yeah. Okay. I can see Kriti Karmacharya in the meetup. Kriti, would you like to share something about this? Because I understand that you are working in a company where Power Platform Dynamics 365 is part of the core business. If you are interested to share something.
Hi, hi everyone. Thank you, Pradeep, for calling me out. uh,
Sorry about that.
yeah, it's okay. Actually, yeah, we do use Dynamics 365 on for CRM purposes. But yeah, I have not used or we have not used Power Apps yet. But yeah, I see a lot of prospects here, and like the session that Sudeep Rawal gave us at this time, we could really use build some of the like some of simple apps for us. So yeah, I do see prospects, but I have not used it yet. We have not used it here.
That's fine. You should try it. Yeah, like we said, like we discussed, it's really easy to use. You can just go to the Power page and just install some templates and just play around.
Yeah. We will definitely look into
Yeah.
it, and we'll definitely explore this more.
Yeah. Actually,
So thank
there is templates for model driven. Since you are familiar with Dynamics 365, there is template for model driven as well, model driven and portal as well.
Yeah, okay.
This one is for portal. This one is for model driven app, and the one I demoed was for Canvas app. And you can just install this in the similar fashion.
Okay, yeah, sure. We'll definitely explore this. Thank you. Thank you, Sudeep. Thank you, Pradeep.
No worries.
Thank you. Thank you, Kriti, for sharing your thoughts. Is there any more questions or thoughts, guys? Please do not feel shy, because we have chosen this topic because we understand that not many of you have really come across this platform before, and slowly we want to build a community around it. We want to have more and more Power Platform users from Nepal, and because we definitely see a lot of prospects, like Kriti said, like Sudeep is saying, and yeah. So we actually have 4 minutes before the next session. The next session is with Jairaj Mishra. If there is no any further question, then probably we would better move on to the next session. But since we have 4 more minutes, maybe Jai, maybe Jai, are you like ready to share your screen? If you're okay.
Yes,
Else,
yes.
maybe we can talk about something else for the time being, if you're fine. Okay, so with this, thank you so much, Sudeep, for your session today. It was enlightening to those who are new to the Power Platform, and we'd like to have more and more sessions on top of the Power Platform in
That's
the
my pleasure.
coming days. Yeah, thank you so much, Sudeep. Yeah,
Thanks to you there. Thanks for the opportunity as well.
you're welcome. So with this, let's move on to Jai Raj Mishra's session. So I would really request Jai to introduce yourself first. There's a lot that you can share about the community, because you have been part of the community for a very long time in Nepal. So yeah, over to you, Jai.
Yes, sure. So, first of all, is my screen is visible? Full screen?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, please mute your mic. It is being echo. Okay, I'm very glad and thrilled to be again back on Nepal Cloud Professional. And thank you, Pradeep sir, for giving me an opportunity to speak again. So I'm Jairaj Mishra. So currently I am a technical lead at Xtrastaff. So we are an e-commerce IT company where we do lots of e-commerce things, right? And we are in a position to have some few people on the .NET. So if someone is here, then you can apply on Xtrastaff. And beyond that, I'm a founder of a Tech Webinar Nepal. So it's a technical community, technical online community. So where we request a global speaker to be a part of any technical session or any technical topic. So if you like to join here also, so you can just go to the Facebook Tech Webinar, right? So you can speak on our session Tech Webinar, right? So female, male, all are welcome on that part. And we have been hosting this around series 36. And right now I'm a general manager at Lions Club of Kathmandu Spiritual. So it is more about being spirit plus ritual plus reality. So and following the Ikia. So that is the Japanese secret for being happiness. So if you'd like to join that club also, then that's fine. And you can connect me on my Facebook. So Jeras Nepal/1. That's my Facebook ID, and on the LinkedIn Jeras Mishra. So that's my introduction. So with today's session, it's more about OData in .NET Core. So it will be not more very 30 minutes or beyond that. So it will be around just 10 or 15 minutes, right? So let's go with the OData. So first of all, here, how many have you heard about the OData? So from the attendees, have you heard the OData things like that, or GraphQL? Anyone? Okay, so I like to move forward. So today my topics will be on the OData fundamentals, and how we can maintain OData between the server and the client. So first of all, what is the OData? OData is the Open Data Protocol, right? It is just like a REST, but it is a set of definition for building and consuming the RESTful API. So it is just a middle layer, right? So you have a REST API. So when you add a OData, so you can use the functionality of OData, right? So there are select, there is a functionality of expand, there is a functionality of a count, right? So 5 or 6 functionalities are there in the OData. So which you can take a replace of that one. So it helps you to just get the query from the client side, right? So it is just like a GraphQL. So GraphQL is also a RESTful API, right? So in the GraphQL, you just send some properties, and based on that properties, you will get the response, right? So similar concept is here in the OData, but whoever is familiar with the .NET ecosystem, right? So for them, you can explore the OData platform, right? So if you are having some hard times going with a GraphQL and not understanding the flow, then OData will be the best for the .NET developer, the person who is working on the .NET ecosystem. So let's find what is the difference between OData and REST, right? So there is not much similar difference, but REST is more about exchanging information by the HTTP protocol, right? So before there were SOAP, most of the APIs were called based on the SOAP XML, but right now most of the APIs, which is the standard, we call by the RESTful API, right? But this OData is the middle layer. It is on the top of the REST API where the response of the data set comes. So there is not much slight difference, just it is similar with a RESTful API only. Just there is a middle layer where the data can be filtered from the client. So client means it can be Angular, it can be React, right? So from there you can directly request to the server and get the data whatever you needed, right? So what is right now, what is the practices is that, so suppose you want to get the API for a customer, right? So you say to the server guy, So that means the .NET guy, right? So make me API to get the list of a customer. But with the OData, so you don't need to say to developer, the server guy, right? So on your client side, just use some of the tags, some of the syntax of OData, and you can retrieve the data, right? So there is no hasslement of saying to the server side guy. So that is one of the main benefit of using the OData. So just like the RESTful API. So what's the problem here? So as you some of here are .NET developer, right? So what was our practice is that for every API we have to make a method, just like if I want to call the customer ID, right? So I need to make my method name as get customer by ID, right? So if I want to get method to do the listing of a customer, I need to make my method called get customer list, right? So there used to be a lots of method. So so that is the bad practice, right? So just like if you see here, I want to get the customer of country, so I have to write such type of naming convention on that one. I want to get the customer by country, right? So for every data you need to make that means method means it seems to be headache for the developer, right? Because you need a data and you need to write every controller, every API to get to respond that data, right? So it is headache on this part. So with OData you don't need to write many controllers, right? So with one or two controllers, based on your what is your request, you can get the response of that part, right? So if you see here the example, you need sorting, you need filtration, right? So from your client side you need to pass some bit, or you need to pass some parameter, right? And based on that you need to from server the sorting will happen, the filter will happen, right? So lots of things you need to pass, and there is a hassle also for this one. But with now with a .NET 5, with .NET 6, .NET 3.1, right? Means moreover web API. So now the practice is more about making like this type of APIs, right? So for example, if you want to get the merchant list, so this is just the example. So if you want to get the merchant list, so you just put some standard format, right? Get, post, put, delete, right? So this seems to be some standardization of your controller name, right? Before, what was our practices that we used to get the listing, we need to write by ID, by list, right? By country name. So that type of naming convention is very wrong. So better to make the controller name in a very standard way, so that the other person can also understand. And for the API we are using the Swagger. So if any person just visit your Swagger API, then they can understand that what are the parameters that needs to be sent through the API, right? So I have just told some of the just don't bad practices while making the API. Better to use some good one, so that it will be helpful to you also and the team who is consuming your API, right? So now let's go to the OData. So basically OData has been approved by the ISO IC standard. So there is some organization for standardizing the this RESTful API, right? And it is similar just like a GraphQL, which I have mentioned. And one interesting thing is that OData was being adopted in the SAP, right? So I think most of you have heard about SAP before. It was in their project. But what the Microsoft did is that they have acquired OData from the SAP, and they have built a separate framework. right, to get the ability of many different functionality. So now OData is separate, right? Before it used to be in the SAP project, right? And it is based for the .NET ecosystem developer. So that's the thing. So if you see on the OData, as I told, that OData is the open protocol data, right? So it's just a middle layer of your RESTful API. So there are certain tags, certain query option which you can filter, just like this is the format. So if you see here, so just like there is a customer endpoint, right? There is a customer controller. So in that customer controller, you need to get the ability to do filter by customer ID. You need to get top 10 means 10 record, and you need to only select first name and last name, right? So suppose this customer controller can have 20 field, right? But in your client side, you don't need 20 field in the response. You just need two field on your response. So for that, it is a nice approach to use the OData. So if you use this one, then the payload request response will be also very minimum, right? And this OData will be very useful if you add on the mobile. So if you are developing the mobile application, right? So where the payload matters, because that can treat the application very slow also, very fast also. So best uses is for the mobile. Miss, I don't recommend. I also recommend for the web, but this OData is mostly perfect for the mobile application if you are developing for mobile apps, right? So these are some of the tags, just like filter, right? So for filter from the client side, you can get whatever you want to filter, whatever you want to search, right? So based on that request, the data will be fetched, selecting how much rows do you want, and what type of properties you want to fetch on the response. So those type of things you can get from the OData. Uh, and so if you see on the OData, so it is not flexible as SQL Server query, right? So in the SQL Server, we have to use the join, inner join, right? So with OData, it is quite not flexible, so you can't use that type of join, but it is useful for selecting, for expanding, right? For counting, right? For top. So some few of the tags is very useful on the OData side. Just like if you see here the example, so this is the controller of a product, right? So you want to get the price where the price is greater than 2, right? So if you want to get such type of query, then you can get from OData from the client side only. So you don't need to say to developer to make me such type of controller, such type of functionality, right? So with your Angular application only, so if you are working on Angular, React, or Vue.js, so there are certain tags, certain query option which you need to learn, right? And you can play around through the data. So you yourself can play through around the data, right? So this is one of the important things which OData is giving to us. And just now we talk, some of our speaker talk about Power BI. So yeah, OData can be consumed in the Power BI also, in the graph, Microsoft Graph also it can be consumed, the OData on that part. So there are three things. Okay. So yeah, and another part is that OData is best suitable for intuitive framework. So if you are working on a database approach, so that is not recommended. But if you are using data intuitive framework, code based approach, so that is the best, because whatever will be the call, you will be calling through context, DB context, right? So it is very useful if you are using your application with intuitive framework on that part. And currently the OData, the latest version is on 4 OData 4, right? And OData is compatible with .NET Core. So it is not compatible with .NET Framework. So you need to, if you want to integrate, then so you need to update your project to .NET Core. So these are some of the things, and more things you can go to OData website, so odata.org. So from here you can get more information about what are the uses, how to use on your project, those types of things you can get through that one. Okay, so let's now do some coding so that we can be more familiar, right? So just with the help of one line code, you can implement OData in your existing or new project, right? So just I'm saying for this .NET 5 or .NET 6, but with .NET 3.1, you need to add 4 lines of code. So let's go for a demo. So please be patient because a demo is more being a patient. So just let me create a new project on that. So .NET Core Web API. Pradeep sir, just I want to confirm, is my screen is still visible? It is showing the Visual Studio.
Yes, it is. Yep.
Okay. Thank you for confirmation. It's a demo 5. So I'm creating a new application. So the framework which I have choose is .NET 6.0, right? So I want to enable the Docker, right? And yesterday I was just exploring through this one. So right now with .NET 6 you can take the advantage of minimum API, right? So this minimum API is just like a lambda function, right? So there you will have very less code. So to make a API, so you do so there is no much hassle of a boilerplate. So you don't need to follow the pattern, follow the structure, right? So I'm using the controller because this OData requires the controller in your endpoint on your method. So then only it will work. So let's create a new one. Okay, so I want to share this also. So with .NET 5 and .NET 6, so you won't get startup.cs. So they have removed that one. So that was also one of the hassle. So your entry point of the application will be program.cs. So in the program.cs, there is create builder, right, and app.run. So these two will work for your project. So let's do some demo on this one also in this project only. So here if you see this one in the program.cs, so it is calling map controller, right? So if I go on the controller, so this is the map controller. So there what it is doing is that it is getting some data, day, temperature, and summary. So it is getting some random data, right? And based on that, this controller is working. So if I show you on IS Express, okay, so this is the Swagger. So by default, in the .NET 5 and .NET 6, you don't need to add the Swagger. So by default only you will get the Swagger option on your program.cs. So this is the line of code. So builder.service.add endpoint API Explorer and add Swagger Zen. So with this code, you can get Swagger by default. And with the help of Swagger, it is very easy to know the endpoint of a controller here. Okay, so let's do one thing. Just I have told. So with single line of code, you can get, you can explore the feature of OData. So first of all, let's add the NuGet package of OData. So to add the OData, we need to add this one, Microsoft.asp netcode.odata. So we are adding the latest version. Okay, it has been installed. So after that, what I need to do is that I need to call the reference using Microsoft.asp.netcode.odata, right? And then after I need to add on the builder dot service dot add controller. So I'm saying to add the OData on the controller side. Add OData, right? So in that OData, you will get just I told about the query option, right? The tags, the tag. So what type of tag do you want to enable? So you want to get the functionality of a count. So if you want to get, so this is the function. So if you want to get the order by, right? Let's do this one. Want to get the functionality of a select, right? Then after you want to get the functionality of expand, right? So there are lots of functionality which you can go. So in the Microsoft document site about the query option, right? So you can get the filter, you can get expand. So expand is basically for just like joining, right? Select is the select statement, order by, ascending, descending, right? Top skip. So this is to get how much record you want, then count. So there are and sorts. So there are at least 5 to 6 query option which you can get the advantage of OData. So let's go to the project. So I have added the controller. So I have set the controller to add the OData and get the functionality of order by, select, expand, and count. Okay, so let me go to the controller. In the controller, yeah, this is my controller name. So in the controller, just I need to say enable query. So this is the reference, Microsoft ASP.NET Core.OData.query. Okay, so what it will do is that so I have added query enable, right? So now this will be added by this one, this select statement. So then only it will work. So you can add this on your existing project also, right? And the project which you are doing new. So if we have so the questions come that you are having old project, right? And you want to add OData on your project, right? So just add some few line of the code. So in just I told in the .NET 3.1 you need to add 3 lines of code, but with .NET 5 and 6 just 1 line of code, right? And then add on your controller, just add enable query, right? So with this you can take the advantage of OData. So let's run this project. Okay, so I want to show this on the Postman because I need to use the filtration also. Let's see. 45032. 45032. Okay, so why it is not working? Because I need to get my controller name. So the controller name is this one. Okay, so let's say I want to get only the parameter in the response, the summary, temperature F and temperature C. So I don't want the date, right? So for that, you need to use the select query option, right? And you need to pass what are the response parameter which you needed. Right, so in your response you will get only 3 parameter. So this will be very helpful if you are developing mobile application, right? So miss, as in the real scenario, right, how is the practices that we just send whatever is not needed, so that properties also we send in the API response. But as we want to make very fast application, right, so we need to reduce unwanted property. So for that OData is very perfect to use that one. So this is the example of a select, right? So let's say I want to uh, order by temperature F, right? So you can get the order also, right? So you don't need to say to developer, the server developer, to make me the query for the order by, right, for giving me the response. So you can create your own self also. And the last one which I want to say is the filter equals to, so I want to get the summary which is equals to full, right? So the summary I think is F. So this is why it is not working, because one thing is that we need to add the filter on our add OData, right? So there is a security option also. So if you enable this one, then only it will work. So if that is not enabled, that option is not enabled, then you cannot take the release of this one. So let's again run the project. So it is on port 45032. 45032. Okay. Yeah. So now the data will be filtered according to the cool. Right. So yes, some of the things which you could explore, right? So you can go to the documentation of here, just like expand, select, ordered by, right? So it is best. So if you are the mobile developer, right, and just if you want to play around to the data, then OData will be perfect. Just say to the server team that just add some few lines of code on the .NET project, and you can take the benefit of OData. So with this, just I want to say some drawbacks, right? So as I told that OData is not supportable on .NET 6 on minimum API. So I think that will be coming after 3 or 4 months, and OData is also not fully compatible with .NET Core 2.1. So .NET 3.1, .NET 5, and .NET 6 web API. So if we are having that project, then you can take full advantage of OData. Yeah, right. And I want to share one more interesting thing about OData is that you can use. So if you go on app.odata batch pro use OData batching. So this is basically to get the response in a in a batch format, right? So suppose you have the list of, so let's say you want to add to the server the customer as well as the country, right? So for that, what you will do is that you need to send two requests, right, for getting first the customer and the second is for the country, right? If your payload is multiple, right? So at that case I'm saying, so with batch with OData batching, so with one request you can send multiple payload to the server, right? So this applies to both in the request as well as in the response of a payload. So this is also one of the nice feature of OData batching. So getting the multiple requests in a single endpoint, so you don't need to use multiple endpoint to request and response the data. So that is the thing. So I hope that I have cleared some of your point on the OData. So if you want to explore, then you can explore OData, right, with your .NET projects. But that should be on .NET 3.1, .NET 5, and .NET 6, mostly on the web API, and it is best for doing filtration, doing sorting, doing selection of a property, right? And yeah, and it's best. So just do see, and you can contact one more guy called Hasan, right? So he has helped me a lot on this OData because I was trying to use OData on my WCF project, which is .NET framework. So just he mentioned that that is not supportable. So that needs to be updated to .NET 3.1. So we have updated our WCF project .NET framework, which was on 4.5.2 to .NET 3.1. So yeah, that was also interesting for migrating the older version to the new one. So it's quite interesting. And more site you can go to just devblogs.microsoft.com. So you can just see some of what he has wrote on the OData, right, on the .NET 6. So you can follow some of his blogs. That will be also interesting. And he's currently a lead on the OData. So you can connect with Hasan for more exposure on the OData stuffs, right? And at last, thank you. I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity, Nepal Cloud Profession. So for giving me an opportunity to speak again on the .NET topics, and thank you all for having me, and thanks. And last, I want to say that be always joyful within your own nature and the people around you. Thank you and have a nice day. Thanks.
Thank you, Jai, for your wonderful session today. I hope that it was useful to many of you, and hopefully this would support you in some way or other. So with this, before we move on to our last but not the least session, I would like to quickly share something that could probably be helpful to your people in your circle. So this is about Imagine Cup. Okay, so have you guys heard of this Microsoft Imagine Cup? If you have not, then this is basically a software competition. I have shared my screen. If you are not able to see it, please let me know. So basically, Imagine Cup is happening. This is a competition that happens every year. So this is the 20th edition of the software competition, and basically, even when we are in Nepal, we are able to participate in this competition. And so the schedule is like this. So basically, the registrations and submissions are in progress at the moment. Epic Challenge is something that's over, but that's not the end. The online semi-finals are in progress. And you could do the submissions from imaginecup.microsoft.com. Okay, so basically, if you know someone who is really good into software development and with some really good new ideas and new project, new enthusiasm, someone who is a university enrolled, because this is a student level competition. So if you are, uh, I guess that uh, almost all of you have graduated already and are into work, but you might have people who are still at college and doing software development and preparing for their upcoming projects. So they can participate and they have the chance to win $10,000, $15,000 equivalent of the value. So yeah, so we have a really good history in Nepal in terms of Imagine Cup competition. We have seen world finalists from Nepal over the last couple of years. Last year we had world finalists. The year before we had the regional finalist in Singapore. The year before we had again the world finalists. So basically we have a really good track record in terms of participation. The participation is pretty simple, and you can just go with imaginecup.microsoft.com and register your team. You can register as an individual or you can register as a team. So yeah, so the one of the really important part of this competition is you have to make sure that you are you are you are adding the Azure value into the competition into your software. So whether it be for hosting or to use your to make your application more smart, adding AI services, machine learning, or other basic infrastructure from Azure. But that's one of the mandatory area that you need to be careful about. So just wanted to share this before we move on to our next session. So our next session is with uh, Avishek Poudel. Avishek, if you are in the call, I would like to have you take over the stage and set up your machine to share your screen. So meanwhile, I would also request Avishek to really introduce yourself, because this is the first time we are having Avishek Portal in the meetup. So yeah, over to you, Abhishek, and please make sure that you are introducing yourself well. And meanwhile, while Abhishek is sharing his screen and setting up his PowerPoint, I would request Jai Raj to share his maybe details like LinkedIn, Twitter, or your social profile, so anyone interested can easily connect with you.
Yes, sure. Yes, sure. You can connect me.
You can.
So, Pradeep sir, can you please connect you?
I'm sorry, I didn't get what you mean.
Would you mute?
Would you mute?
Oh yeah, sure.
It is showing. So let me share my screen again. So you can connect me on my Facebook, Jairas Nepal, right? So you can see Jairas Mishra. I'm having some bungee. It was last time, so it was fun. And you can connect me as well as on my LinkedIn also. So that will be good, right? And beside that, I'm in the Twitter, I'm in the TikTok. So wherever you can join me, and I like to connect to more with the like-minded people. So yeah, we can say, so we can discuss about Tech Webinar Nepal, right? Or about that Lions Club of Kathmandu Spiritual. Will be good to get connected with you. So please do see this one, these two link, and you can connect with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jai. So Abhishek, are you there in the call? So as Avishek is setting up his machine, is there any question or anything that you want to bring it out and bring it up and probably have it discussed? Also, yeah, really important thing. If you would like to be a speaker in our upcoming meetups, please reach me, and we can schedule it for either for December, Jan, or Feb sessions. So basically, we focus around. It is not just about Azure, but we focus around Dynamics 365, Power Platform, .NET. Primarily, we are more comfortable in Microsoft tech stack, the product stack. So if you have working experience across any of these platforms or products or technologies, then please, we would really be happy to have you in the meetup, so others can learn from your experience, from your expertise. Yeah, would be great. And if you would like to contribute in a leading role in terms of leadership, then also please reach out, so we can plan that out, because we have a few of us in the leadership team, but we would really want to make it proactive and more engaging in the days to come. Unfortunately, due to COVID, we are not unable to meet. However, we are looking forward to, we are very closely looking into the scenario if we can go face to face and do a bigger event, larger event, where so we can meet up and share more content. So yeah, so hopefully we'll do that very soon. So with this, over to you, Avishek. Looks like you're in the call.
Hi everyone, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, that's good. So let me share my screen.
Not so far. Yes, we can see your screen now.
Okay, so let me introduce myself. I am Avishek Poudel, and I have been working at C-Logic since 3 years now. And I have been working as a senior support engineer and a junior PowerApps developer. So, so I think the system we are using is very helpful in context of the enterprise business and small scale business as well. That's why I'm quite enthusiastic regarding the system we are currently using. Currently, there are more than like 10,000 users using the system. Maybe I'm wrong, but okay. So today I'm going to speak about Dynamics 365, that's the business application on Microsoft domain, and how we can integrate PowerApps with Dynamics 365 to gain much more value from it. So I would like to go over to the next slide. So the first thing, what is PowerApps, right? If you see from the top context, then there are like 3 types of PowerApps. One is Canvas app, and the next one is model-driven apps, and the third one is Power Portal, Portal apps. And the basic functionality of Canvas app is that we can build the Canvas app from the scratch. We can design it as per our business need so that it can meet our business need. For an instance, if you see your company is based on the service delivery or like selling some products kind of thing, then you can design those apps to create leads, and you can track tickets of the customers kind of thing. And model-driven apps, we can create model-driven apps based on the model that has been provided by Microsoft itself. There are like multiple models: sales models, customer service models, marketing models, project service models, and more on that. And also we have the PowerApps Portal, and it is a really good thing to have PowerApps Portal within your organization system. Your customer can directly interact with yourself. They can create tickets. They can submit applications from there, right? And it's quite useful for the business. So first, I'm going to start from the dynamic CRM and its modules and how it can help our business to run smoothly. So let's see from the top. So what do we have on the business? The first thing, that's marketing, and through marketing we gain leads, right? And through the sales we convert those leads into our customers, and through the and we provide a regular customer service so that we can maintain a good relationship with our customer, so that they can become our customers moving further. They can purchase more, they can gain more service from us. And there are more products with us, but these are the basic and the core business application and modules of the Microsoft Dynamics CRM. So if you see from the marketing perspective, we can send we can create contents, we can embed marketing forms within our websites, and we can directly interact with the customers. We can gain leads of the customers. After we gain leads, we can streamline the sales pipeline so that we can have a regular communication with the client. We can see how much they are going to purchase, how much service they want, what is the level of the contract they want. And we can have a unified interface within our system to have a complete information of the sales data, like which customer is going to purchase thing, which customer is pending, which customers is in the pipeline, which customer has already won and become our customer. And when you talk about the customer service model, we can give a streamline customer service with the system. Let's talk about the ISP company, right? They have a multiple number of customers, and it is very difficult to track our customer details. So let's say if a customer is facing an issue and they will be raising a ticket with the company, and they want a relative solution to their issues, and we lose track of the solution if you don't have a proper business application with us. So in this kind of scenario, dynamic CRM has a huge usability and application for those kind of thing. Within dynamic CRM we can integrate PowerApps reporting, and there is AI embedded, which can give a really good insight for us, and that could be really useful for the business. So also dynamic CRM models, they comes under the model-driven apps. They come under the model-driven apps, and they are very useful to create a quick web app to track customer records, customer details, and get an interaction with them. So mostly dynamic CRM comes under the model-driven apps. And if you talk about the Canvas app, as I said earlier, Canvas app is we can build a Canvas app from scratch as per our business need. It can communicate with the data stored in various online and on-premise data source like Dataverse. Dataverse is the common platform where all those business applications can interact within the cloud. SharePoint, Microsoft Dynamics, and even SQL Server, and there is no limit to it. They are always expanding it to gain to give more value to their customer. PowerApps Canvas app is a low-code app. It has a lot of connector with it, and we can design a really powerful app with AI embedded on it to gain maximum value for our business. Using multiple automation tool provided by Microsoft, we can automate our PowerApps to meet our business requirement and business needs. So PowerApps Portal. PowerApps Portal is a web portal through which customer can directly interact with the company, and they can raise tickets, they can submit applications, they can be customers, if they want to know anything about your company, if they want to be a lead, they can directly submit their applications, and they can communicate with the customer service agent, and kind of thing. So if you talk about the economics, if you see the basic range and the minimum price of the apps, it ranges from $8 to $10 for PowerApps plan and the Dynamic CRM plan. So through this is the basic details about the Dynamic CRM application and the PowerApps. Now we'll go through the demo session and see how PowerApps interact with Dynamics and how it can be used on a business scenario. Just a minute, I'm setting up my system. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can.
So currently we're having a look at the Dynamic CRM, and we'll be exploring multiple things within the system. So if you see, we get a lot of apps, web apps that are already driven based on the model of customer service, sales module, project service module, resource scheduling model, and all. Mm, there are a lot of business applications, but we will only be talking about a few of the module, like sales module and customer service module for now. And if I start from sales module, so we do have a very interactive dashboard to track the pipelines where our customers are, and we can track all about our leads, what are the states of our opportunity, and who can be our loyal customers, where are our customers, how can we communicate with them. We do have a AI-driven assistant which shows us the status of our client status. And from the stage of the lead to and converting them to opportunity, generating codes for them, generating codes templates, sending out the order, and invoicing them. We can do all within this sales module itself. For instance, I have set up a small template for the PowerApps also. So this is a lead creation process, and if you see from the PowerApps perspective, PowerApps and Dynamics are connected because they are on a common database. Let's see. I just added like 2 fields to track information about my customer, and I can just go inside PowerApps, give some input. Currently, I have added two text input to record information of my customer. So this is just a sample for it, and if you see from here, I'll just be giving my name. Avishek wants to be a customer. I'll keep my name here. Avishek Poudel, and if I click on submit, it will directly create a record within Dynamics, and this can be treated as a database where you can see information about our customers, right? It is a low code, but it is really powerful to track information and record of our customers. For an example, if we want to see information of our customers, then we can directly see it from here. I have just added a gallery. Let me quickly create it again. So I have added contacts as a database, database for contact as a database already in the app. This is a contact table from the Dynamics CRM system. Let me give the data source as contacts. I can give active views, let's say. So we already have information of our database inside the app. This is a very quick. Else it will be a really hard job to do it using the core coding. And if I want to update this record, all I can do is like keep a small. So right away, by using a simple code, we have an interactive app in front of us. We can see all those records in front of us. And if I click here, I'll be navigated to a next screen. Let me create something to update this contact within the system. So currently you can see that the first name and last name of this contact is Alex Wu. And if I want to update it, I'll just add inputs, add a label, first name, so if we go from first, and let's see, Alex Wu, give it a first name. Well, so if you see, we can update the database using a small code itself, and we do have app in hand with us. And let's talk about the application of the Power Apps. I can see that people's collecting monthly savings are traveling with paper and pen on their hand to collect information about monthly payment on different businesses, small businesses. But if they can be replaced using Power Apps and its application, people can have app in their hand, and the data cannot be mistaken with the data with the digitalization of app. And we have correct data stored on our system, and we do have a forecasting system. We do have a reporting system, which can be very useful to track records, to track records and see historic data of our customers. So in brief, Power Apps and Dynamics 365 integration can be huge impact on the business to scale up and and increase business need. I think that will be all from my end. If you have any queries, please do let me know. Thanks.
Thank you, Abhishek, for your wonderful session today. Any questions from any one of you? Okay, looks like there is no question. What can we do? Bikalpa, do you have any question? I can see Bikalpa on the call.
No, Daya, that's fine.
Okay. In that case, are we good to? Yeah.
Can you say more about this Dynamic 365? What are the uses of that one?
Yes, I'd love to. We can talk about the business scenario on it. Do you want to point out how a business can meet it? Can you give me a reference of any businesses that have to meet requirement using Dynamic CRM?
Yeah, just like e-commerce website. E-commerce.
Okay, so let's start from the sales model. Using Dynamics in-built function, we can create a custom table, right? That's the basic thing. But within Dynamics, we have a products table which capture all our product that should be associated that can be associated with our business, right? Let's talk about e-commerce website who are working in cloth business, and all those record of the clothes can be tracked right in Dynamics. Let's say give it winter jacket. So now this is one of the product, and if you see its parent, it can be underlined in jacket subdomain, right? Jacket domain. So we have a parent product that is jacket, and we have winter jacket. We can have summer jacket and all kind of thing, and we can directly place all these products inside our website. Uh, and that can be really helpful for us. And let's talk about the leads, right? When customers are using websites, e-commerce website, their movement can be tracked, and whenever they are visiting the e-commerce website, they can be tracked as a leads. Let's say we have integration between our website and Dynamic CRM, and I'm obviously Poudel tracked as a lead for it, and I was looking for jackets. Then the email of obviously Poudel is tracked in CRM, and a salesperson can communicate with obviously Poudel just to know what he is interested in, and it can be a really good piece for a sales. And starting from the leads, and when a lead is qualified, let's say communicated, and they want to buy a product, they can be converted into opportunities. And if they buy a product, they can go through quotes, order, and invoices part of the process, sales process, and they can be treated as a existing contact in the system. And they can be, when they have a new product that can be really attractive for a customer, they can send marketing emails to that contact, so that they are well aware of the new product or arrival in the market. And if the customers are interested, then they can reach out to the e-commerce store and purchase it, right? That can be one of the uses of e-commerce in Dynamic CRM.
So obviously, just a quick question from my end as well. So while creating an app from Power Apps, we're using the low code. So are there any drawbacks or like limitations of Power Apps while creating apps? Sort of. Are there any limitations that the things that we cannot do from Power Apps
They
while
are not.
creating various applications? Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
They are basic. Power Apps is built for the business, right? It cannot be. It can currently it cannot be used using a. Mm, it cannot be the app created within Power App cannot be downloaded from the cannot be downloaded from the App Store, either Android Store or the Apple Store, right? For that, the people should be downloading Power Apps application first, and within the Power App application, user can access the different apps created for the business. That is one demerit from Power Apps. But as per my recent uh, knowledge, I read an article, and Microsoft is going to update that, and they are going to release Power Apps within App Store itself. I think that's the most drawback for Power Apps at the moment. Furthermore, if you see from the development perspective of Power Apps, there are quite few limitation within the development perspective. We can only use the tools provided within the Canvas app section, but there are different methods to overcome that by using PCF and other development solution, and that can be imported inside Power Apps.
Thank you, Avishek.
Anything more?
Looks like there's no further question or queries. So, Abhishek, are we done with the session?
Yes.
Just one more question from my end for Avishek.
Yes.
Yes. So as you answered the previous question for e-commerce website to track leads and conversion into opportunity side of things, right? So is
Yeah.
it possible to track if a user logged in to the certain e-commerce website and the time he is engaged in the system or the time he's investing for searching some
Yes.
kind of product, calculating that time and converting a sort of lead from
Uh,
that sort of area, like okay, I went to a page, I looked for just jackets or something like that, and like the lead is created for a certain product, right? Not just the lead is created but for certain product as per the time he's invested in the e-commerce website. uh, does it supports this sort of things as well?
mm, yes, that's a very good question. Actually, I want to relate this to a new recent project that we have completed. Uh, for that, what you can do is uh, mm, we do have Google Analytics with us, right? And all those website data are tracked in Google Analytics, and we can use the integration service to pull information in leads. Basically, what we did was like we tracked time spent by a user on the website, and we give them points based on the time spent. We give them point based on the uh, page. Let's say they spend we have 5 pages for jackets, and they are spending they are spending time on all those pages. Then we are giving them some kind of point, and if they reach certain level of point, then we treat these leads as a quality lead, and a salesperson give calls to them on a regular basis so that they can convert it to a customer. And yes, because that will be yes for your question. We can use Google Analytics and integration service to pull data from Google Analytics to Dynamic CRM, and manipulate it to generate quality lead within that. Does that answer your questions?
Yes, that's quite useful for WooCommerce as well or other websites. Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much, Abhishek.
Is there anything? If anyone have any queries regarding the applications of Dynamics, then it will be really great conversation to have.
Looks like there is no further questions or engagements, right? So are we good to close?
Okay.
Hello. Abhishek, are we good to close now?
Yes, I'm good to close.
Okay, thank you, Avishek, for your wonderful session once again. So, Avishek, just to make sure that we are sharing speakers' details as in if community wants to connect with you, how can they connect with you? Is there any way we can connect with Avishek?
You can connect with me using my LinkedIn profile, my files.
Okay. Thank you for that, Abhishek. So with this, we are towards the end of the today's meetup. But before we close, I just wanted to, thank all our speakers. As in Mehedi Hasan, Sudeep Rawal, Jairaz Mishra, and Avishek Poudel for your sessions around different areas of Microsoft Cloud Platform. So, and also thanks to our supporters, direct and indirect supporters such as Microsoft VPs, uh, Tech Sathi, Dogma Group, uh, and all other community as an individual for supporting the event. Um, Also, I would like to announce that we are looking for more speakers for our upcoming meetups. So our December meetup would be more of Azure specific sessions. So if anyone is around Azure, uh, leveraging Azure to make your applications smarter, to host applications, or any Azure services you are using into your live environment, then definitely would like to have you as a speaker so you could share your experience and the community can learn from you. Uh, in January, we are coming up with the Dynamics 65 and Power Platform specific sessions. So if you'd like to be speaking in these sessions, please reach out and we would be happy to have you in these meetup. Please note that the speaking slots that we have usually gets they are very limited, of course, so usually gets occupied in advance prior to the event date. So please reach out to us as soon as possible so we can guide you through the speaking process. So with this, since there is no further
It seems like
things to discuss. Okay, so sorry, yeah, Deepak Poudel would like to speak. Looks like so. Yeah, please go ahead. I see the raise of hand by Deepak Poudel, LBEF. So if you are there, yeah,
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. My voice is perfect?
Yeah, it's good. It's a little low, but
Okay.
it's good.
Okay, fine. Okay. This I already follow your community, and I am little bit asking for you, all of you. Okay, I'm working as my specialization is AWS, right? My specialization is AWS.
Pradeep sir, can you
Then
mute?
Sure.
Second.
or that's a good platform or not. I know Pradeep sir, if you, that's why I'm really sorry for that. Hey, मैले तपाईँलाई के भन्न चाहन्छु भन्दामा नेपालबाट एडब्लुएसलाई रिप्रेजेन्ट गर्छु. आइएम अ कम्युनिटी बिल्डर है नेपालमा. आइएम अ कम्युनिटी बिल्डर इन एडब्लुएस. यो त्यही भएर म चाहिँ के भन्छु भन्दा प्रदीप सरसँग कि हामी एडब्लुएसमा पनि एज अ क्लाउड नेपाल क्लाउडको प्लेटफर्मबाट एडब्लुएसमा पनि म केही कन्ट्रिब्युसन गरेर या तपाईँले केही अथोरिटी दिएर या यसरी काम गर्न सक्छौँ बिकज वी हेभ लट्स अफ अपर्च्युनिटिज इन दिस प्लेटफर्म है. त्यही भएर प्रदीप सर, ओभर टु यु. थ्याङ्क यू.
Yes, definitely, sir. Why not? This is a very open community. The way we have architected this community is so that there's no hindrance. There is no nothing around between Microsoft or Microsoft Azure or AWS or GCP, or we can definitely talk about anything. It's just that we have more people around those using Microsoft products and technologies. That's what I believe. But definitely we can work together. We can have AWS focused sessions as well. Many a times it might not be relevant to have both AWS and Azure sessions or Dynamics 365 or Power Platform sessions into the same meetup, right? So we could definitely have some focused sessions, plan some focused sessions where we probably would talk only about AWS uses and its value and the customers around it and things like that, and to build an ecosystem of AWS users. That's definitely we could do together. So yeah, we definitely need more speakers around that area as well, because even people like me or anyone in this community would need to identify these people who are really good into AWS uses. Does this help?
Thank you. Sir.
All right, thank you so much. Avishek, is there any further concern from you?
So I just want to say thank you for giving me opportunity to speak, though I was too nervous as it is my first time. I'll try to improve it moving further.
No.
Thanks for giving me opportunity.
You were not sounding nervous at all. It was a pretty good. I think it was a very good delivery from you. Since although I think this was the first time speaking at a meetup, right? So thank you so much. Actually, on behalf of the community, I would like to thank you, like you and the speakers, as well as every one of you who have joined the session. Sacrificing your beautiful Saturday, sunny day, because if you are in Kathmandu, I think it was a sunny day, but looks like. So anyways, yeah, thank you so much once again, everyone. And we definitely look forward to connect with Deepak sir. Definitely, let's connect and see what we can do together in terms of community engagement.
Sure.
And let's go ahead with that. So with this, I officially announce the closure of today's meetup. Thank you so much, everyone, once again, and hope you have a lovely day ahead.
Thanks, Pradeep.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.